kind of targeting the best games for stream growth here. You just noticed that Talos Principle 2 has 3 viewers. The entire game has like 3 viewers. Well, I guess 3.5 now. I don't know if it counts myself as my own viewer. This really is the Solitude streamer game. There's 3 streams, 3 other streams in this genre, or in this game, and there's also 0.6 viewer around this. Oh, it's so fun. Video games. We just got away from the huge megastructure, of course, and into a completely new zone. This game needs dark mode.
Hello, 1K. I sure did. Not as well as Byron, but she was still around when I was born. I remember she came and talked to me after New Alexandria, told me how sorry she was. I never blamed her for that. It wasn't her responsibility. For some reason, we'd convinced ourselves that New Jerusalem wasn't enough, that we needed another city. We thought it would be easier the second time around. All it takes is a little bit of arrogance and a little bit of ignorance, and people die. A lot busier than it is now. My most defining memory is that it was extremely noisy, because something was always being built. Got annoying after a while.
Right. I have something in my glasses right in the line of sight. Give me a second. I need full focus for this upcoming puzzle. Can I see? Like a completely new world. I need to wash my microfiber cloth. Been too long. Mind-body dualism. So you have a new...
What the?
You have a new mechanic here. Can't take control through these, but we can take control through the grates. Why is there 2 of me? Because it says 1K as well, so it's the main character. What's this all about then? It's a toilet. The founder Mega Fred. Please keep discussions of the alleged presence of the founder at the site of the megastructure confined to this thread. I'm still in shock. I wasn't even sure the founder was still alive. Of course she is. And now that we've reached the completion day, she has sent us her sacred message. Sacred messengers. It could still be aliens pretending to be the founder. It is not aliens, and if Prometheus and Pandora are her sacred messengers, why has one apparently chained the other? The day of her return is imminent. Now you agree that Byron was right to want an expedition. In fact, it was the founder's will all along. And that when you said it would be wrong to even consider going to the island, you were acting against the founder. Your word games aren't going to help you when the founder returns, Aurinia. It was wonderful to hear Athena's voice again, but with all the emotion inherent in this matter, we should be careful not to get swept away. We don't really understand anything yet. I can't help but wonder, if Miranda is her daughter, was Athena trying to start a new civilization? Did she abandon New Jerusalem? I mean, how can I know? Can you not respond? I guess we can. I guess we click something. He was always a leader. Maybe she just wanted to experience something private. Valid point. She had enormous responsibilities from the very beginning, and while we were a family, she had too many burdens to ever have a private life of her own. I understand your point, but why leave Cornelius behind then? That's none of our business. Fair enough. Are the other... I guess everyone's just sitting at home watching the stream in this in this game universe. Because everyone knows what has happened instantly. Okay, here's the gate, I guess, to the next area. Shortcut.
Hey, 1K.
That's a lot of stuff.
Then at least we may be able to find out what happened in New Jerusalem, why she came here. But I don't think she left the island. I think she's still here, waiting for us to make the right choices. It's hard to articulate. There just seems to be so much intent here. There has to be a reason for all this. And Athena is the only reason that makes sense. I think every single human being is completely unique, and every instance of consciousness is a miracle. The more of us there are, the more alive the universe is. And the more we all interact with each other, the more complex the life of the universe becomes. So I believe that people are a fundamental good. I don't believe we're all flawless, but I think every one of us matters precisely because nothing else does. Could be, yes. Of course. All technology has the potential to be misused, from fire and the wheel to whatever makes these particle clouds. But that doesn't mean it has to be. In the principle of it, no. It's not just that I believe humanity is fundamentally good, although I do. It's that I think sentience is the foundation of everything else. What's the point of stars and galaxies, of hills and forests, without someone to perceive them? But my faith that we can actually grow up, that we can break out of these loops and take control of our destiny, that's something I struggle with every single day. Herman? Honestly, I think he makes people feel safe. The world beyond our walls is frightening. Human history is full of failures and disasters. It's easy to look at that and recoil. Herman offers a vision of the future that feels contained, manageable.
I feel like I don't know what he's talking about. I didn't talk too much to the Major.
Exactly. If a golden age exists, it's in our future. But to achieve that will take a great deal of work. We will have to build the systems that make a better world possible. Because they refused to grow up. They refused to take control of their lives. They let bureaucrats and financiers determine their destiny, and those people could not think beyond themselves, beyond the tiny, insignificant moment they were trapped in. Their technology could have saved them, but what really failed them was their imagination.
I feel like they're trying to retcon something into the why people got extinct, or humanity got extinct. Because in the first game was simply, oh, we're all dying, by the way. But here it seems like it's almost like they're talking about it as if it's their, like, humanity's own fault they died. Which I mean, sure, it could be the case, but maybe it could have been, like, we still don't know the details of the plague. Like, maybe, I don't know, maybe it wasn't a curable disease. Those exist.
Athena was always trying to understand the reality underneath what we perceive, the objective truth. That's why she was capable of leaving the simulation. And even after she was free, she never stopped trying to understand more. I suspect her research took her another step closer to understanding the truth. And such steps always challenge our conception of the universe. But that's the wonderful thing about science. We can adapt our views to the evidence. In the sense of an interventionist deity? No.
Yes.
I wouldn't rule out the possibility, but it's not something I personally believe. But I do think there is something genuinely sublime in this universe, and it's right in front of us. Consciousness. The fact that this sense of self is even possible, that an arrangement of matter can produce a self-aware mind? Think about it. It's a fundamental property of the universe, an unbreakable law that matter has the inherent capacity to become more than the sum of its parts. That is the definition of transcendence.
Kind of is, I suppose. Not sure if I would call it more than some of its parts, but I see where he's going with it.
She did, yes. Some people in New Jerusalem choose to live in family units, although Usually that involves marriage or equivalent ceremonies, not having children. You could say that Athena was a kind of mother to us and Cornelius a kind of father, but it's not quite the same. Okay. How many robots does it take to change a light bulb? Replacing a light bulb is a waste of resources, and the founder would be outraged.
That's actually terrible.
You know, Herman had the same reaction.
Do you use light bulbs? Might be fluorescent lights. Leg up. Oh, it's the platform again, I guess. It's something that we saw in the first game. So I think the idea is probably do something like this. I feel like they should have commented more about this. The fact that...
Any further insights on the particle clouds, Melville?
To be honest with you, Byron, I feel like a caveman trying to study Bose-Einstein condensate. I'm
Same.
seeing unknown particles whose every property violates the laws of physics, apparently capable of being controlled and recombined into just about anything. It's ridiculous.
Maybe someone in New Jerusalem can figure it out.
Sure, just give them another 1,000 years.
Are we in a hurry? Yeah, I feel like they should... Like the fact that there is a replica here of the player character, it feels like it should be a bit more discussed within the narrative, don't you think? Dual stream, that's what I'm doing. Follow me on YouTube. Or follow me on Twitch. I don't know. Okay, let's see. We have a platform here. Okay. Like this. Oh, hold on. Connect. For that. I think there's something to this effect that we should be doing, but... Can we go up here? Oh, I guess the ladder is just in case something breaks and you get stuck in here. Means that you can leave. Okay, so maybe I shouldn't think too much about it. Is there a red herring again? Or again, I don't know if we had one. Need a bit more height. Do this. We can open one of the doors. Oh, I guess that's it. Okay. I just did the solution. Like that. That also explains the. This ladder.
Every one of these clouds seems to contain exactly the same amount of energy. Wonkai, I've been watching you solve these puzzles, and this body replication tech is incredible. It just casually blows up the very foundations of our society.
It's kind of what I mean, like maybe we should have done that after the first puzzle. Like talk about this. I feel like they just kind of brushed it off, but here we go.
Do you have any idea how hard it is to make more of us? We're not like a toaster. You don't just weld together a couple of wires and a motherboard and call it a day. Not to mention how hard it is to even find some of the materials. And this thing just, poof, new human. It was. Or was it? And even if it was, sorry to be heretical, but does it matter? If we can figure out how this works, we can finally, easily create more people. We can grow. We can expand. We can build a real civilization. Isn't that worth pursuing?
It could be.
The mayor seems to think so. But why? What are the actual reasons? What balance? The balance of nature is just a snapshot of an arbitrary point in time. The planet changes constantly, causing extinctions left and right. Ice ages come and go. The oxygen level fluctuates. The oceans rise and fall. The only reason our ancestors believed in this balance is because their bloody lifespans were so short. But there's no correlation between the amount of people and changes to the ecosphere. Not unless we're talking a population of trillions. There's nothing mystical about this. No ifs and maybes. I've run the maths. It's how we use our resources, not how many of us there are.
I mean, if you're going to answer this, like there of course is like a limit to how much resources we can extract from the Earth right now, well, as humans. Maybe this new humanity doesn't have the same requirements. If they just run on solar power, for example, or just run on, I don't know, like if we didn't have to get food, for example, it would be much we could support more people. But there is a tipping point for sure, and it's kind of like, what do we want to accomplish? Because if we take room, that room might be stolen for something else. It's not just magically going to like all the animals also need space to live.
I suppose you might be right.
It's worth thinking
Human
about.
history is certainly a mixed bag. Well, I'll think about it. You go solve puzzles.
100% of human civilizations has overused the resources so far. The amount of what's called sample size
This body
might be a bit
replication
low.
technology is proof of just how vital this expedition is. We may not know how it works and what its limitations are, but the technology itself isn't even what really matters. What matters is to expand our imagination, to realize that other futures are possible. And 1K, just think about this. If we had stopped making new citizens, you wouldn't be here. And isn't it wonderful to exist? Simply to be in this world? Consciousness is a gift.
I've existed my entire life, eh? Kind of like it.
I wonder what it was like when the ancients were still here. Their world seemed so lively.
Not always in a good way. Interesting times are great to read about, but rarely great to experience.
That's true. But they left behind so much art and philosophy and religion, and so many strange stories. Is New Jerusalem like that?
It was, in the beginning.
Relatable.
Everything okay? It seems like something that could very quickly get out of control. You know that saying about good intentions? If we can solve problems by just making more people, how long before people just become a problem-solving tool?
Yes?
Guess we'll go through these.
Of course I did. She and Cornelius were both there when I was born. Neath was just starting to take over back then, and they were still showing her the ropes. Busy. There was always another problem to solve. Did you know that she never upgraded her body? Always prioritized everyone else. That's the kind of work ethic I wish more people had. I suppose so. For me, living is doing. But I understand that other people have more varied needs. I've never felt the need for a partner as such. I've met a lot of people who do. Athena and Cornelius. Atal and Damien, Sarabai and Hypatia. But that's not really for me. So far, at least. But I do have social needs, like anyone. What I like is a pleasant buzz of humanity. Not too close, not too far. Something I can be part of without having it get in my face all the time.
I'm just happy I pronounced Hypatia correctly.
Maybe she just got sick of things breaking all the time. The data stream overloads. Yes, they could. There are safeguards to prevent that from happening, but these aren't exactly carefully controlled circumstances. It's hard to predict. Our brains are absurdly complicated, which is why it's so hard to make more of us. As far as I can tell, anything which is insane. There's a reason people have embraced the goal, and it's not just the founder. We literally exist only because our ancestors made a mess of apocalyptic proportions. Caution has its place, I think. She's so innocent and full of wonder, it should make me want to retch, metaphorically speaking. But I'll admit, she's sort of charming.
Work, work. Oh. These two were easier to find. The fire and thing. Get it! Ah. Wrapping around. Where do you go? I'm dying. I tried to get ahead of it. I guess I lost it. Do I get another attempt, or is it game over? It's here, right? I guess we'll take a look. Maybe we'll run into it later. Let's just do a puzzle and then figure that one out. Double check behind here. Didn't miss anything very obvious. Puzzle first, and then we'll see if it has respawned. High ground. Oh, it's up there. How strong are we? Not that strong, okay. I don't want to risk losing track of it. Because it does seem to reset. We did it! Yay!
We cannot return to the past, but the future can redeem all that has happened.
Can we go all the way down to the coast? Surely there's a wall of some sort over here. Maybe the wall is vertical. I think it's the edge. Let's get back to the puzzles. Guess there might be a lab somewhere here, around there as well. I did kind of just sprint past everything. Ugh. Guess that's another like hologram or vision or whatever. I don't know if you get anything from looking at these, but they are things to look at, so we will look at them. Ah, ugh. I wonder what these are for, like because they don't like trigger anything, like no research or anything like that. It's just, yeah, they're there. They are there and don't do anything. Freedom! Can escape this god-forsaken game world for sure. There has to be something out there since you can go here. Surely this poorly placed rock formation isn't a indication that this is just background.
It's an old saying about how, in the end, the sea will claim everything. I have no doubt that this is true. In the long history of the human species, entire regions have disappeared under the waves. Places like Beringia and Doggerland still echo in our cultural memories. But we shouldn't forget that life began in the sea. We are the children of the sea, And it's not through floods and ruin that the sea will claim everything, but through us.
He's of course talking about the C programming language. Is that everything that was out here? This map might be the worst to look for stuff. Or no, maybe the forest is worse, because at least here you have vision. When you're running around in the forest, like a hidden like fire or whatever could be literally a meter from you and you couldn't see it. Yeah. Feels odd to have such a large zone with nothing in it though. That said, it's not too difficult to make these nowadays, I guess, so he's making a... There's something down there. Oh. Hold on. Are these things? Let's see. I wonder if these are the correct cardinal directions, like north, south, east, west. I don't think it looks like that. But there should be like an island, 2 islands somewhere. And now I need to go down and check out what that is. There won't be any puzzles here. This is a puzzle-free stream. Aww. It's a little Easter egg, I guess. This path is lit up for some reason. I can see it loading in. No, it's not loading, it's just weird. Maybe that's on purpose. This is just like playing Death Stranding if traversing was not an issue. Nice hitch. Guess we loaded in something here. Chernyshevsky 11. From Arkady Chernyshevsky's In Our Likeness, Essays on Humankind Reaching Adulthood. With alarming frequency, our mythological narratives conceptualize our separation from nature as a fall, a punishment for sinning, a loss of innocence, a decline from a golden age. We believe that a better state of humanity is possible, but insist that this state must be in the past. And yet our historical experience has been the exact opposite. For all the horrors of modern war, and they are considerable, relatively few people today have to suffer the unspeakable agonies that our ancestors went through on a daily basis. This is doubly ironic that we place our golden ages in the past, but very rarely ever consider what life was actually like for the people whose genes we carry. How cold they were, how hungry, how frightened of the cruelty of nature, What unspeakable pains they must have experienced when they were sick or injured. How many of their children they had to lose, unable to help, begging the heavens for mercy and never receiving an answer. The past is a slowly receding tidal wave of grief. 53-58. The battle for human emancipation is not yet won, and the path has been far from straightforward, and yet in but a few thousand years we have eliminated a great deal of suffering that before must have seemed unavoidable and eternal. Some still suffer, their lives held ransom by politics and economics, but at least now we have we know that a better world is truly possible, and it lies in the future. Founding_4. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Day 132. We had a bit of an incident today, nothing major, but it still woke us all up. Sun was away from their camp, alone, even though we had agreed that we should always go in teams, and she encountered a group of the herbivores we saw the first day. Cows, they're called. Apparently our ancestors kept them as livestock. Eustachius says they squeezed them for liquid, but I find that hard to believe. But I digress. Sun encountered a herd, and just as predicted, the animals were passive at first, friendly even. Sun decided to abandon her survey to study them for a while, which went well, until a group of wolves, formerly dogs, a type of pet, entered the clearing, causing a stampede. Sun is alright, only minor scratches to the bodywork and a few torn wires, but it was a close call. I guess we gotten a little complacent, a little too comfortable. We'll have to be more careful from now on.
Now I have to talk science fiction for a bit because I love science fiction, but it drives me nuts. There's this cliche that shows up over and over, and every time someone uses it, everyone pretends it's really profound. It goes something like this. A scientist invents something good, but, oh no, it's actually really bad. You could have something that makes your life better, but no, you can't. How dare you even want it? That's hubris. That's playing God. And it's never anything that reflects the real world, right? It's never, oh no, you invented a vaccine for cervical cancer. Oh no, you invented a new class of antibiotics. Oh no, you cured malaria. How dare you? Those diseased mosquitoes are way more important than human lives. How did science fiction become so reactionary? You know, if we all thought this way, you guys wouldn't even exist. At least Alex agrees with me. She has good taste.
Scale this wall. Oh, and there's the lab. I guess we'll visit that as well. We didn't interact with any gravity things yet. The previous labs always showed us the next mechanic. But the last lab we were in showed the gravity. Maybe it's showing up later. Let's see what's in here then. I'm not sure what this is. From Quentin. From Quentin to Athena. Dear Founder, I never got to know you. People tell all these stories about you and I don't know what to believe. Some people say to ask Cornelius. Others say Cornelius is too blinded by grief. Some say Byron stands for the truth. Others say he's a fanatic and a radical, and we should listen to the Major. There doesn't seem to be a way of getting a straight answer. Why did you abandon us in this chaos? Why can't you just come back and sort it out? If you're reading these messages, don't you care? From Rodan. Dear Founder, thank you for everything you did for us. I'm grateful for the life that I have, which would not exist without you. Which would not exist. I hope wherever you are now, you are at peace. Noema Project 5. Version 12 successfully deployed. New labs established, avoid interference. First successful duplication of advanced machinery. Yeah, so okay. Maybe God was... Okay, let's see. A QFT fails to account for this. Must rerun trials. Maybe God was just trying to make an apple pie from scratch. Yeah.
This looks like it has something to do with energy generation. Am I reading this right?
From Belserson. O great and sacred Founder, I believe I've discovered the truth that our so-called leaders have hidden from us. This absurd and sacrilegious goal they have us working towards, this hubristic completion day foolishness, was never your true intent. Even this abomination of a city that calls itself New Jerusalem. I wonder if you need to be British or American to pronounce that J properly. New Jerusalem. There we go. You get the Swedish one. It's a deception. Why would you want us to return to the sinful ways of our ancestors, strangling the living soil with steel and concrete? No, it was when you and the first companions lived humbly amongst the splendors of Gaia, having no need for all this wasteful ostentation inherited from our weak and decadent ancestors, that you showed us the true path. After all, why would the progenitor have given us such a hardy boldness if she had intended us to live in unearned luxury? From the very first, we were built to be free from pride and material excess. Your teaching has been obscured and perverted by ideologies, I guess. Worst of all, by the traitor Byron, who once was like a son to you. But you should know that there are still those of us who remember the truth and await the blessed day of your return, when surely justice will be meted out and humanity will finally return to its intended path. The shutdown. Zoom in. Okay, we assembled on the vast green lawn outside as the reactors began to slowly wind down. The workers were solemn. The activists who had fought against the decommission seemed crushed. There was supposed to be a speech, but the spokeswoman had lost her notes. Outside, the protesters cheered. My eyes were drawn to the discarded anti-shutdown banners, endlessly reciting the facts. The statistics on mortality per trillion kilowatt hours, lowest of all energy sources, the lifespans of a reactor, 70 or more years in our case, minimal land footprints, almost zero emissions, no intermittency. It became a jumble of words, a litany, almost a kind of glossolalia. Glossolalia? What the f... As far as the protesters outside were concerned, it might as well be an alien tongue. One thing was clear to them, and that and that was enough. The technology inside this compound was deeply and inherently wrong. It was a sin. I could not help but think of that moment on August 6, 1945, when the sky erupted above Hiroshima Hospital. My imagination could never fully encompass it. How do you imagine more than 70,000 people annihilated in an instant? An ancestor of mine was in that hospital. He went from being a doctor, a husband, a father, a pacifist struck in a terrible war, to being a pile of bleached bones covered in rubble. All in a single second, not by accident, but because of a choice someone made. Not because of a reactor, but because of a bomb. Just 2 days earlier, contradicting his campaign promises, the Prime Minister had suggested that the use of tactical nuclear weapons would be an acceptable risk if the conflict continued. Very few seemed to find this particularly shocking or outrageous. They were afraid of reactors, but not of bombs. The spokeswoman gave up on finding her notes. It was starting to rain, and people were walking away. She grabbed the microphone. "By the time you regret this, it will be too late," she said. "But honestly, I don't know if I care anymore. Maybe you have it coming." The spokeswoman sounds so bitter. The protesters didn't mean any harm. From their perspective, they were doing good. People always think they're doing good when they get collectively outraged. It doesn't make them right. Collective action can change the world when it's deliberate and based in reason, but it can also become a mental trap or a societal pressure valve. I guess here they're talking about, it's pretty obvious they're talking about the nuclear energy here. So yeah, can you zoom in on this? I guess this is Hiroshima. After the fact. And before the fact. The thought-terminating cliché. As you continue your reading, there's a useful concept that I would like you to keep in mind. The thought-terminating cliché. This is a type of phrase, often a slogan or a saying, which sounds meaningful but is really intended to make you stop thinking. To pick an example from our history, someone in a simulation might say things like, "It is the will of Elohim," or it serves the process, and that would be that. Case closed. Who knows how many iterations never advanced further because they just stopped thinking at that point. Do note, however, that thought-terminating cliché is not the same as a lie. It may very well contain elements of truth, but those elements are used to keep you from questioning a whole set of assumptions that come with it, which may be partially or totally false. This often takes the form of appealing to something you care about. We must protect X, where X is a nation, a philosophy, public order, or even a planet itself. But while you may agree with that element, all kinds of assumptions may be included about how to protect something, or who to protect it from, or what the end goal of protecting it is. If you stop there just because you agree with the surface level statement, the results may be the opposite of everything you wanted, like those who chose to serve Elohim, and in so doing preventing him from achieving his true purpose. That's interesting, yeah. There are a few examples of that in real life, I suppose. He's saved here as well. Yeah, thought-terminating cliché. So I don't have to find, in case I want to read something else, I don't have to find terminal. Ah! Flashbang. I don't have to find the terminal. Specifically that has the thing I want to read.
If we believe that life is inherently valuable, if we think that other species are worth preserving, and we recognize that most of the universe is barren, then it follows that we have a duty not only to defend life, but to spread it. If life is the most valuable thing in the universe, then perhaps in a sense, the cosmos itself is depending on us to do this. Like birds carrying seeds to uninhabited islands. Maybe that's our role in the galactic ecology.
I don't think value exists in the universe. From Cornelius. From the personal reminiscences of Mitko, 166. There are some people whose true importance you just don't notice at first. People who quietly hold the things together without making a big deal of it. That's what Cornelius was. Always by Athena's side, he calmly and carefully helped us all stay on track, reminding us of our shared humanity and the values that had brought us this far. Cannot imagine how painful it must have been when Athena left him behind, when he went on his so-called research expedition. Most people thought he went looking for her. To be honest, I thought he might never come back, and I was surprised when he finally did. I still don't understand how she could leave him. They seemed to love each other so deeply. After he returned, Cornelius was different. He founded the Museum of the Simulation and very rarely left its premises. The archive scholars doted on him. How do I pronounce it? But he walled himself off, becoming almost as much of a recluse as Eustachius. And only then did I slowly understand how much the city had lost. Blake. God appears and God is light. Those poor souls who dwell in night, what does a human form display to those who dwell in realms of day? Prime Mover. Excerpted for considerations by Eustachius. While it is hard, from our vantage point, to fully believe in any of the ancient religions, I must admit that I have come to believe the existence of a prime mover. Not a designer as such, certainly not an interventionist god, but some force that set the universe itself into motion. I do not know if it's possible for us to ever truly understand this being, since it must by definition exist outside our understanding of reality. But I do believe that it exists. Does it look upon us with love? Are we entertainment, perhaps? Does it preserve some memory of us when we all die? All of this I can't answer. But I do not disbelieve those who honestly speak of having experienced some manner of brief communion with this entity. It's simply too common an experience in human history to easily discount. As the motion of the universe proceeds from the Big Bang, so whatever force animates us, whatever constitutes the true foundation of consciousness, proceeds from the prime mover. What do you think about this, Mother? I don't believe in any kind of prime mover, but I thought you should read it because Eustachius is an intelligent person, and he came to this conclusion after a great deal of thought. It's important to respectfully consider points of view we don't agree with. Modernity. From the Book of Annotated Internet Comments by Eustachius. If modernity is so great, why is everyone so fundamentally disappointed with the world? Why do we sigh with pleasure at the sight of old houses, but feel nothing about depressed and alienated by skyscrapers? Why do we yearn for lush forests and wide plains, not narrow canyons between buildings? 5358F, we love all this technology so much, Why is our idea of happiness to get away from it? Could it be that progress is just a story we tell ourselves to justify why we allow ourselves to be dominated by inhumanity when older forms of living have something to offer? It seems that many of us share this desire to immerse ourselves in nature. Though we are ourselves entirely technological beings, we enjoy and value Earth's diverse and unpredictable biosphere. But does that mean that progress is just a narrative, as this ancient commenter suggests, or does it mean that technological progression and love for the natural world are not in fact mutually exclusive? And yet, if this person was left on his own somewhere in the wilderness, he would feel nothing but terror. Appreciation of nature is rooted in the experience of civilization, of safety. True, but he's still right. So much of what our ancestors created in the last years was alienating to the majority of people. Then the question isn't one of modernity, but of control. I guess so. I mean, everyone likes going out into the forest because they are in control, being able to leave, I suppose. Okay, let's continue this puzzle now. I just kind of abandoned it in the middle. Sorry, guys. I guess. Who am I saying sorry to? It's literally me. Guess we need to... move you. Am I still the same body as what we entered? Who knows?
Miranda is the founder's daughter. It's still kind of blowing my mind. She came all the way out here, left everything she had behind, and created a new life. Why do you think she did that?
I don't know.
Neither do I.
I never met her.
Maybe she was just lonely.
Let's see other things.
Hey, 1K. How can I help you? I'm not sure, to be honest. This is all so surreal. Walking around here is so peaceful, but it's also, I don't know. One moment I feel inspired, the next, kind of creeped out. Our ancestors relied heavily on fossil fuels for energy generation, which released a lot of carbon dioxide. This caused the atmosphere to trap more heat, which changed the planet's overall climate. The effect continued even after they were gone, and these low-lying areas were flooded. I've seen a lot of places like that. No, I never did. I would have loved to. Nope. You know, people throw around the word awesome a lot. I
probably do it too, but I think what we saw in there is the proper meaning of the word.
Another terminal. I kind of hope that this game like pick up a bit when it comes to asking player questions about their worldview. I think the first game did it much better. Maybe we'll get into more stuff here because the narrative is overall slower in this game.
As we continue exploring the cold northern reaches of the island, the contrast between the harshness of this place and the softness of New Jerusalem becomes more and more pronounced. There is a kind of madness in what we are doing, going to a place that is so hostile to our existence. That does not mean there is nothing to love here. There is, in fact, a great beauty, but it is a hateful beauty. A beauty you can only love because there are places that are not like this. And yet, it is precisely this hateful beauty that the people of New Jerusalem fail to see, and so cannot understand their own blessings.
The gift. Are stuck. That's rude. Guess dropping down here makes more sense. No, it doesn't. We need to get the box. It's a bit too easy, right? Oh, it's not. Well, why did I do that then? Oh yeah, and then I guess I passed something up to? I think I saw another path down here, right? Or did I dream that? There's totally a path down here.
To us who have only just begun this journey of philosophy, the world may seem like a mystery that can never be solved. A great deal has been written since the days of the Seven Sages, but how much of it is truth and how much of it is idle speculation? I've offended many by saying that most philosophy will, as the centuries pass, be discarded as foolishness and superstition. But it is a truth only philosophers fail to see. And yet we cannot abandon reason and conclude that we cannot know anything. Rather, we must accept that the journey towards understanding will be long, and our task is to build a foundation for those who will one day arrive at its destination.
The replication. The technology discovered by the expedition changes everything. Even every argument about how hard it is to access the resources necessary to create more of us goes out the window. We can create more people. 1K doesn't have to be last. And it will be easy. Are we really going to give up just because of the goal? Energy doesn't just come from anywhere. We have no idea what the real cost behind this technology is. Besides, the goal is an ideal, not just a limit we ran into by accident. It is the will of the founder. Yeah, right. It is not necessary to share a personal belief in the founder to understand the value of the goal. It is clear to all but the most radical that humanity needs limits, for its own sake and for the sake of the planet. You say that as it was self-evident. It's not. You're smuggling a whole host of misanthropic ideas into the conversation under the disguise of reasonableness. Your premises are completely rotten. I believe the results of human history speaks for themselves, and I find it shocking that anyone would disagree with something so obvious. Here we go. Shocking that anyone would value human beings and think that maybe our ancestors could have solved the problems using the brains instead of preaching misery for all. That maybe there is some bleep, I don't know, fucking point in blaming other factors beyond technology and growth. There is some blaming other factors. Like, I don't know. People in positions of authority preaching the self-important shit morality instead of trying to solve ordinary people's problems? Authority? I'm just an academic. That's completely disingenuous, and you know it. Your clique has the mage's ear. Clique? I assure you, there is no such thing. This conversation is getting out of hand. If you can't behave, I'm shutting this thread down. Normally I'm just fine with people talking. Like, there is a bit too much shit throwing here. Sort of irritated you, 1K, but thank you for speaking up. New Jerusalem is a democracy, and without free speech, democracy is a sham. A lovely sentiment, but you should try moderating this forum and see what it's like. If every conversation is allowed to explode, instability is guaranteed. We have to set reasonable limits on behavior. Thread closed. Okay, mods. Even the mods in game are misusing their power. Or something, I don't know. Too bloody problem. Okay, so we only have this here, I guess. to reposition myself. Okay, so this should allow us to connect these. It should allow us to take you. So we need 2 of these, right? For blue, double D by double die and all that. No, never mind. We need both. Oh, it's all. That's it? Very straightforward.
I can't imagine spending years in such a desolate place. For what? Science? Enlightenment? I'd much rather be back home in New Jerusalem.
I think it's beautiful in its own way. But I don't understand how our ancestors could survive here. They were so fragile. Imagine getting stuck out here in the cold. I wonder if there are wolves.
It's kind of a miracle biological humans lasted as long as they did.
Just wear a jacket. I haven't run into any of the optional puzzles yet. Redshift. Guess this is the first order of business. So what do we do with this then? This? I think this is the solution, right? We go in here, take control. Oh, annoying. Wonder why you can't just take control through the doors. I feel like this mechanic.
I admire your persistence, 1K.
Like, I understood this mechanic way faster than I ever understood the replay mechanic, and this is like the same-ish, I guess? There's a snowman place, right? Rand, an introduction. My humble greetings, number 1000. My name is Rand. Our friend Darge has assured me that you're a sound moral character. Let's let them continue yapping. There we go. Because it like changes size and scrolls and all that, so it makes it hard to read. This matter demands that I be forthright. New Jerusalem requires strong moral guidance. Your expedition only makes that more urgent. We must end the incessant debate over the ethics of the goal and focus on becoming the best people we can be. Life seems to be so complex, but I'm sure the answers are quite simple. Consider our species. Like our ancestors, we are just tubes with inputs and outputs, yet we run on code so complex that we barely understand it. But the answer is simple. Garbage in, garbage out. It's our moral duty to use our instincts for good inputs and to correct the bad inputs. Yeah, sure. Good, because I have a great deal more to discuss with you. But first I'd like to answer any questions that you may have about me. Who? I am one of the foremost scholars on the digital archives and the simulation which gave us life. Reading the code on which we run gives me insight which others lack on how we ought to live. Where are you? In my laboratory at the museum. Lately I've been analyzing the connections between our information libraries and the birthing algorithm, but I'm yet to find a pattern. The pattern. I just want to know what you want with me. See happen? My studies prove that we as a species are no accident. We are the outcome of billions of years of careful machination. It is my firm belief that the big questions have answers and that they are encoded into our very souls. Imagine objective answers to why we're here and how we ought to live. It will be the most important scientific and philosophical discovery of all time. A provable, practical moral code, literal code which already exists within all of us, without which we could not function. And you and I could be the one to transcribe it. I can't yet tell you why, but I have the reason to think that the island holds the key to the puzzle. All I ask of you is that you stay true to your principles regardless of the cost. So, what do you say? Is the world a better place if we work together on this? I don't agree at all. I don't think a moral code exists at all. But the game is asking me to do something, and that usually means that I should be doing something. It might be interesting to just chase this lead, I guess. you were got one of the good ones. Well, usually there's a bit more of a ceremony when someone new joins the cause. Nothing fancy, just some tests of your fate in some homegrown simulations. But that will have to wait until you're back in the city. In the meantime, welcome to the Order of Uriel. Thank you, I guess. I did visit that place, right? Yeah, that had a map. Let me take another look at that. And by look, I mean... let me take a Steam screenshot on it. Can you do that? Hold on. I guess you don't... I thought F12 was my screenshot key. It should be F12. There we go. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, this is in the Steam overlay, so you won't see this. Okay. I just have a screenshot on this. So I don't have to run back if I want to try to look for something. Just do. Because I'm not sure this is following the cardinal directions at all. We're like half expecting to get stuck somewhere. This 8 is over here. Drilling party. I fucking love drilling. I guess, can I reach this? Yes. Okay. It's free! What if I need to free this guy? Guess I have to. Yeah, we don't need 2 of these. I think I need to like use 1 of these to get this guy out. Excuse me. So we have 2. We can do this, right? I don't know if we can drill anything yet. Okay, we need a 3rd thing. Oh, of course not. We need a drill. Mr. Driller. Maybe I overthought that with it. What was that wall there then? I guess it was just for this. Alright. Here's one optional puzzle. Interplay. I might not need a box on this side. Is that a possibility? I need to free my people. That was easy. We'll need that too. Let's see where this takes us. Oh, is this just a way to pass over the thing? Oh, we need a box on that side. Give me a box. Okay. How do we get blue over? I guess we return the box? If we can even do that. Maybe that is the solution, okay. This should work, right? No! Is it? Yeah, it is. Here's the other guy. Something on the outside here? Thought I saw something. It's only 12 bits. It's only like a few. 12, 1048, 120. Oh, what's next? 1496. It's only 1496 combinations. What's the... What was I saying? There's like a reoccurring number in all of these. $53, $58 or whatever it is. Yeah, $53, $58, but we can't input that. This will be twice. I don't think we should be doing stuff in binary. Guess it wouldn't be laid out in such a way. Ibis. Hum. Well, this is something. When I did input this, the thing in the top left blinked. Did I imagine that? Or is that just something that the UI does every now and then? Yeah, there we go. I think it's just something it does. Interesting. Okay, so I have to see if we come across something that relates to that at some point. We probably won't, with my luck when it comes to finding hidden stuff in video games. But, you know, let's start by finding the last hidden puzzle. Is it that down there? No, that's the audiobook or whatever. There's two of them, right? Yeah, there is. Ah. Okay. You'd think you'd be able to see them. Or maybe we can get the vantage point. See if we can see any of them. I guess it might also be here. And I just missed it. Also hasn't been any puzzles that connect to outside things or whatnot. This is just the first puzzle, right? Yeah. Okay, we've done that. Done that. Pretty sure we did that one. Look at my crotch. Okay, what was this about? Map. Oh. Take a look over here, I guess. Oh, that is another one. I can even see the triangle from here. Lost my 1440p monitor to have the pixel density to show that. Or not the density, the amount of pixels, I suppose. Pixel count. Passing through. Sure, that just means that you can pass through this. Ah! No. It's the idea to jump in there. This does seem like we can exit with this one. We'll see. Oh. Well, we don't have too many options, I guess. Can just for the sake of it. Try it again with this side. It doesn't seem like that is the solution. Oh. Need those legs. I'm a goat. Oh, this might be bad. I can just climb up here. This is a part of the puzzle, by the way, just so you know. I like that I've made the terrain. Like the height map is not even like using the physics system. You're just like stuck on it. Because I was thinking maybe there's some like nonsense of going through the back of this thing. Like there hasn't been any like super mind-bending puzzles so far, but this one has less combinations. This is just 512. Yeah, it hasn't been like any super mind-bending puzzles so far, where you like take something out of the like the puzzle zone or whatever and handle them. Because I guess it's very dangerous to do that. I suppose, yeah, we can't even get this one out from here. Thinking maybe we could bring it over here, but the problem is to get it out from this room. Maybe that is the solution. You just have to do it better. Can you even put it on this? You can. Oh, of course. Passing through. Alright, I guess the only thing that might still be here is the map thingy. I can't see any of the... Okay, let's see if I can show this on stream as well. Like, I have this one here. Like, these things... I can't see any of these, like... things here. So maybe there's something, like, we go here now? Or, like... We just have to figure that out somehow. Let's just go up the tower and we can... It's like there's... None of these things seems to be on the map in a way where I can reach them. I gotta say, like, these puzzles make no sense to me. Like, I guess we can see what It's only these two, right? I get a bad start. There's nothing else that does fit there, right? This has to be a squiggly. This has to be an L block. We have two options here, which is this one. And three options here, I guess. We have two options here. This is wrong, right? We can get here, but then we're stuck. The L block. Neither of these should work. Over this. Let's make sure that's the case. These are the same, right? Yeah. I never thought I would miss the Tetromino pit passes from the first game. That is the one, right? It's not necessarily correct either. Yeah, it is. Okay. Not the Sphinx again.
For tricking the gods to help humankind, Prometheus was punished by being bound to a rock, there to be eternally tormented. The chains that held him were forged by Hephaestus, blacksmith to the gods. Was Hephaestus right to allow his art to be used in this fashion?
My man, they made chains.
And is Hephaestus therefore absolved of the responsibilities of the Creator?
In this case, yeah, he made chains. Individual morale to face this is a distraction of the unjust law decreed by the gods. I can't remember what I answered last time, even.
It is not only those with power who have choices. As you continue your journey to the flame, remember Hephaestus and the burdens of the blacksmith.
The pattern is holding. Solve the puzzles, enter the tower, speak to an entity, turn on the beam. It's like she's appealing to our past, reminding us of where we came from, but changing enough elements to make us view our history through a different lens. Or maybe I'm completely missing the point. I don't know.
You might have something there.
I read about this in a book. It's called defamiliarization.
Yakut? I think I'm actually impressed.
Do we make a sweep for the map? There has to be something here. Let's use display capture so I can show you this for now. Let's hide my friends list a bit. Don't want to make the false impression that I have friends. So if this is cardinal directions, let's head to the south. The south is not even like. But to my knowledge, what I can see, there's nothing here. And there'd be like two, like if this is like any form of like representative of the world, it's like it should be fairly obvious. Maybe there's just some path in the water. Let's go back to game capture. I guess VOD friends skipped 1 hour or something. I'm going to go down to the coast and walk around. See, like, is there a path in the water? That maybe? They did talk about the concepts of things being underwater due to global warming and all that, so maybe there is stuff just underwater. Okay, we're basically at the south end now. Let's see if we can. See. Let's see if there's something like very obvious, like a path towards one of these icebergs or whatever. There is not here, and I'm pretty sure I die in water. This says as much in the introduction. I was about to say, at least I'm fast, but this area is also very big. So, speed is just a relative thing. I am running fast, but yeah. This will still take a while. Should also keep a track of like the horizon, see if there's anything out on these icebergs. I guess there's also one flame here. Oh, it's a star out here somewhere. Maybe that is what it's showing, like the path of the star. There's something. I guess this takes you back to the mountain. It's a very pink bench. I mean, we have to try it. I think this will send us all the way up, but I was very correct. Duck the landing. Yeah, I can't see anything that would indicate that it would be around here. But it's like it has the correct icon and everything on the icon in the UI in the top left. It's the same. Let's see. Let's play capture. It's the same this icon, right? So I think it should be here. Okay, let's see. Does the others? Oh, we don't have, because others have different icons. We haven't seen these two, of course, but it would suggest that it's somewhere in this location. Display capture. There's like A, I guess T and C. Sphinx, I guess. Or is this just a path? It could actually just be the pathways, right? Because we more or less on the... I have my mind map completely wrong here. I thought we were on the eastern side of the island, but we're not. Found the sun. Like, it doesn't seem like there's something... We went down there before, earlier. Let's see. Yeah, these are the paths, right? Like, isn't this down here? Like the rhombus shape? This one. That should be this. This is the shrine, I suppose, because or like this thing. A and B should be over there, or like A should be over there. This is something to go by. This path, right? Where am I? That's showing something? These are like, there's like two puzzles here, right? So, yes, A. Oh, is this the? These are the input terminals, like A. Fine here. That's the this thing, right? Yes, it's there. Okay, so this shows this thing, but I don't know. Oh, it's not an A. I mean, it is, but A. I see. It's saved. It's saved. In the, and then we'll go to the other one and input a C. It is the C programming language after all. Out of the way, wherever you are. My man, it's 10 PM. Do not drill at 10 fucking PM. It's Sunday. You could have drilled all day. Jesus. I think my mic is picking up some of it, but like my neighbor's drilling at 10 PM for whatever reason. Okay, so this might either be a wide C. It's saved, so okay, that should be that. Why? If only I was a sensible neighbor and reported this.
Hello, 1K. Our ancestors thought they could introduce new species to existing ecosystems, and it never turned out well. There's no life there now, but you can't see the future. You might be wiping out a whole ecosystem that hasn't even gotten started yet.
I mean, sure. Let's see if something happened up here then. There's also this, right? I guess, is that something that we need to do? Let's check out this place. Let's go check out it here first, before we look for something that might not even be there in the first place. Yeah, I was thinking maybe those have a reason to exist on the map, but they could also just be there to give you the direction where to go. Tea. This was a pretty fun one. Song One Sphinx Monument.
Every answer leads to another question. The last answer leads to the first question.
Cycle. Okay, let's head for the next one. Let's drill away.
You're on your way to an island. Yes, another island. Sorry, Melville. Well, it actually used to be a valley between the mountains, but it's mostly flooded now. That probably happened long before the founder came here, though.
Another legacy of our ancestors.
Do me a favor, will you? Look for another one of the Founder's labs. We can't get back into the megastructure without getting to the third site in the north, but I need more information to make more fixes.
There's something already. Oh, the frame rate here is fantastic. Like 50. Oh, I missed the previous game. Oh, yeah, there's ravings here. Although I do like the idea of just taking screenshots of them. just in case. For some reason. And maybe this is faster to open up all the time than my Steam overlay. And also don't need me switching to desktop display capture. I hate this so much. This is probably the biggest culprit. They will 80 at least. Oh, the first game was so nice looking with such a fantastic performance. I mean, it's like 80 years old by now, so it's less than a year old, I think. Absorption. Accumulator. Does it last forever? Yes, it does. Need another accumulator or something. Oh, I guess we bring another accumulator here. Oh. It accumulates before using this.
In the beginning, before we built New Jerusalem, we used to explore just like this. Small groups setting out for the horizon, looking for resources, trying to make sense of the world we'd been thrust into, trying to find a way forward. It was a hard time, but I can't deny that it was also exciting. I think it's part of our nature to be wanderers. Our ancestors crossed entire oceans on flimsy wooden boats, just to see what else there was.
Is it weird to feel nostalgic for a time I never experienced? I just think I could have contributed so much more back then.
It's not weird, but it wasn't all sunshine. People died. Yemo, Calvin, Isaac.
I know, Al. They were family to me.
Sorry. Didn't mean to reopen old wounds.
It's a legitimate point, but I don't think it invalidates the sense of wonder we felt. That's what kept us going.
Triptych. How does this work? Isn't this locked in by the... I can get blue on all of this pretty easily. Now I can't possibly get red to the RGB converter. A bit too noisy, this accumulator. Normally when it's something like this, you're supposed to like think the other way around. We don't need them. Sure do need them. Oh yeah, of course. As I said, whenever you run into this, it normally means that you should invert your solution. That at least works in my head. Like when you run into something that's impossible, trying to invert the solution helps me a lot. Proposal, bring back dogs. Denied. The thread title says it all. We should domesticate dogs. Our ancestors loved dogs so much. They insisted they were amazing companions, full of life and love, man's best friend, and the lives they lived with humans must have been infinitely better than in the wild. So why not bring them back? Did you know that the poet Lord Byron wrote a beautiful poem about his dog Boatswain? He said that he had beauty without vanity / strength, without insolence / courage, without ferocity / and all the virtues of man without his vices. That's who our Byron named himself after? No, he named himself for Robert Byron, the travel writer. That's great. But what do you think about my idea? I'm a cat person, so I'm fine with a world without dogs. There's a reason they evolved back into their proper form. Maybe we can learn to appreciate the beauty of wolves without turning them into dogs. Wolves are awesome. Yet it moves. A fascinating story I discovered in the archive concerns a great scientist by the name of Galileo. This remarkable man made huge contributions to the early development of science, but was best remembered for becoming embroiled in his own controversy with the church that ended with accusations of heresy, a trial, and him being placed under house arrest for the rest of his life. Because of the controversy, he argued that the Earth revolved around the Sun, a view we would describe as self-evident and which the Inquisition described as foolish and absurd in philosophy and formally heretical. Amber's story became emblematic for how society often punishes those who try to push our understanding of the world forward. Stuff in the modern day. There's a legend that at the end of his trial he muttered, "And yet it moves." A beautiful idea, but untrue, because defying society is hard and comes at a high cost, and not everyone's capable of bearing it. What would you have done in his place? What would I? Puzzled. The role of puzzles in the simulation was so important to the creator of our civilization that it left an indelible imprint. But sometimes I worry that this is an issue. Alexander Drennan thought of human beings as problem solvers. But the real world isn't anything like the simulation. Yes, there are problems to solve, but there isn't that heteromeneal waiting to reward you. There's just another problem, and another, and another. Our veneration of the puzzle may be blinding us with the fact that sometimes there isn't a neat solution, but sometimes life is just a slog and the best you can do is muddle through. From Aurora. Dear Athena, have you really left us for good, without even saying goodbye? I know we haven't spoken much lately, but isn't that part of the slow, relaxed lives we now lead? After all those centuries of struggle, trying to build New Jerusalem, I thought we deserved a rest. And if that disappointed you, why didn't you say so? I know you disapprove of all those silly titles they give us now, but we were really your first companions. We know what it was like. I was there when Yimo died. I remember the horror of realizing there was no way of bringing him back. The impossible finality of it, and then the determination to make it make sense. To have it be a part of a story that leads to a better world. I never abandoned that, Athena. I just thought that maybe I could spend some time on the things that make life worth living too. Maybe I lost track. Maybe I failed you. I don't know, because you didn't tell me. Aurora. I wonder how much damage these robotic bodies will have to take to actually die, so to say. Since it's digital, right? So surely you can just kind of transfer the save data. In most cases, I guess it's hard to. They say it's hard to build new bodies. But like as digital beings, like uploading and like even duplicating like your mind shouldn't be impossible, I guess. Crossing. Yes, I understand. You didn't understand. I think the first order of business is to take this cube. Is this cube? Need to get the red here. Can open this, yeah. We need to accumulate blue somehow. This is too low, right? Yeah. Okay, so idea is to get blue here. Which means that this probably stays open. We go with the jammer here and pick up red. And then leave with the jammer inside here. So we need to get the jammer in here. That is the goal. So I need blue. This worked in the first game. Fixed it there from the looks of it. Do I get blue here? Cute. Nice.
There's so much history here that we can't see. The founder must have walked these paths hundreds of times, maybe thousands. Miranda must have stood right where we're standing. This all looks alien to us, but it must have been familiar to them.
If this was their home, where are they now?
They must be inside the megastructure, waiting for us to pass the test. It's the only thing that makes sense.
We saw one of those statues. There's a terminal over here as well. Let's go listen to that. I haven't read out aloud in a few minutes, so yeah. To read. Just listen.
One of the most foolish illusions that commonly persist is that nature is a victim and humanity is a perpetrator. This can only be the opinion of someone who has not witnessed nature at first hand, who has not seen its immense and awe-inspiring baseness. Nature is mindless chaos and eternal conflict. A system of predation and consumption whose perfect cruelty can only induce a terrified and unwilling admiration. Nature is our most powerful and least honorable enemy. A beast that consumed every last one of our ancestors and will consume us just as quickly if we are not successful in our struggle with it.
I can't unswitch it. I guess there's more statues like that hidden this island. Is this one of the hidden puzzles or optional ones? It is. Yeah, we can see if we can do that now. Field of view. Oh, there's an inverter. 2 accumulators. Feels like I need 2 of them. Because we can do the like first one. Which is like this, of course. But there's no way to get three of these, or like 2 of these with 1, right? Or is there? Is that just the exit? No, it's not just the exit. These open different doors. This opens the first one. Just like this. This feels a bit cheaty. Hey, it works.
You know, Wonka, you're not entirely terrible at this.
Thank you. Just need to find more statues as well. We're back in a forest, which makes it harder to look for them. I do like how dense this forest looks though, because normally forests in games are not very forest-like. This is a numbered puzzle. Oh, it's the next one. I knew that. Did I miss anything here? No, okay, so I went down there, okay. Okay, I've localized myself. Wellspring. That's a huge puzzle. Not sure if it's like difficult or anything, but like the size of the room is probably the largest one so far. Maybe the drilling puzzle had more stuff. There hasn't been any enemies yet in this game. Like the first game had oh, what was it called? Like the orbs that was floating around, right? This game has nothing like that. Okay, so it's a bit hard to take in what I'm supposed to do here. I guess I'm able to open up this. Once I have now, because I'm blue here, WD and all that. We can't use it for anything. We can't do this right. I mean, it doesn't work either way. And even if we do read this one, okay, we can do that. I guess that is the solution then. For the first step. So now we can send in both colors here. Into that. We just need red over here. And to get red over there, we need to get red to the accumulator. Now that's charged. Might need to put this here or something. My accumulator, that one. Oh, is yet another? There's a thread and needle or something? That. I see you. This one's pretty slow compared to all the other ones. I guess it's not necessarily a race, it's more that it would be bad to lose the sight of this guy. Since they don't seem to reset, maybe they reset once you like restart the game or something. But like, you find it again would be a bit annoying. this would happen. Yay!
Utopia is impossible, but the future that is possible will seem like a dream to those who are alive now.
I'm playing right away. The important part that I thought that was funny. Anchor. Early human invention designed to keep boats from drifting by making use of gravity. Anchors also carried many symbolic associations. Can't go over here. Gotcha. Right, let's look for the next puzzle. Balance of forces. Okay. I mean, we can start this for whatever reason, I guess. It's a case of having to throw it in the air and charge it in the air again. Oh, balance of forces, of course. Balance these! Pretty fun one.
Melville?
What is it now?
Why did you upload a picture of your hand?
Why do you care that my hand is in the picture?
Your hand isn't in the picture, it is the picture.
I like it. It's very artistic.
Let's stay professional, everyone. It's not right to make fun of Melville's comically absurd inability to take decent pictures. She's a hyper-advanced humanoid machine, not a photographer.
You'll pay for this, Byron.
Why am I doing this? Why am I just not playing the video game? Maybe this is the video game for me. I think I will find out what happens when you get fall into water. Game over. Start. Won't give up. I'm giving up. I'm giving up. Something over there. I think maybe we can also reach those islands, since it has taught us that there might be pathways in the water. Not here if there are any. Let's just go for this one. If I'm timing this correctly, I might get to like solve this area in this stream and then we'll call it at that point. What was this? Reconnaissance? Did we read that right? Yeah. You know what that means? I think there's no reason to not have this out here, right? Because there's no other walls that can be broken. Now we can also charge red. Or green, actually. No, hold on. What do we need? Where's an RGB convert here? Oh, green. Don't we just charge red and go here? I guess it's just for this, right? It's green. Now we don't do this. There. Like that, right? Easy peasy. A farming obsession. So we're playing a ton of this Gehenna game called Ancient Human Farmer. The title says it all. It's sort of a simple farming simulator. Maybe not the most sophisticated game, but I'm getting really obsessed with it. I'm having some sort of emotional response to it that I can't exactly explain. Like, it makes me happy but also sad. Does anyone have any idea why this is happening to me? The game appeals to you because of the human need to commune with nature, to live a lifestyle that is not about dominating the world but coexisting with it. You're sad because we can't ever return to being who we used to be thousands of years ago, but happy because it reminds you that at least something similar is still possible for us. Maybe it's because the people of Gehenna, despite their imprisonment, had an innocent view of the world that's permanently lost to us. I think it's actually the opposite of what Ovis is saying. These games are enjoyable because they take us back to a time when we still had agency, when we could build things, grow things, when we could impose our will on the world instead of being completely powerless and inactive. What you crave is the ability to contribute to humanity in real material ways, and you're sad because you're just simulating it. Because just simulating it is not enough. You don't want to farm, you want to be a pioneer, as we humans were born to be. Just a game, don't overthink it. Why do you get happy and sad by playing Harvest Moon? Or Stardew Valley? I mean, I don't. I just get happy. I don't agree with anyone. Who do I disagree the least with? Yes, Ovis. Yes, I can see your point. Thanks for the feedback, everyone. I'll go play another round now. There's a lamb. Maybe this is getting a bit too formulaic with the zones. I mean, it's like it's an over exaggeration, but like a bit of as a Ubisoft game. Like now I would have kind of got into the swing of things, and each new zone doesn't really offer that much new in terms of like exploration. It's just a checkbox. Maybe that changed. It's just as I said it. That is a locked door.
This is where they must have lived. Athena and Miranda. You know, for a moment, I almost expected to find them here.
Is Byron also...
But the only thing that's still functional is the megastructure. I'm sorry. This must be awfully strange for you being thrown into all this history.
No, let him finish.
But that's why I needed you. Because you're not burdened with all these memories and conflicts and regrets. Weigh on our minds like a nightmare.
Kind of sounds like the voice actor that does the guy in Hades, main character. I have completely forgotten his name.
Our civilization is caught in a loop, 1K. We freed ourselves from the simulation, but now we're trapped again, and it's our own fault. We're afraid of taking responsibility, afraid of growing up. Instead, we make up some capitalized words and build up all these myths around them. Nature, balance, the founder, the goal. We're afraid to face the randomness of the cosmos, but equally afraid to imagine a better world. So we're stuck. I've been trying to find a way out for years. Something, anything, to get people to understand that we do actually have free will. That building a thriving, expanding civilization doesn't have to involve repeating the mistakes of the past. But I failed. Over and over. Yes. Because this is something unexpected. An anomaly. Everything we found on this island challenges who we have become. It shows us that different answers are possible. And maybe that can break people out of the loop. All we need is a spark. Maybe that's why she made all this. The puzzles, the towers. A way of jolting us out of our complacency.
Oh no.
Neither do I, 1K. But I try to be optimistic. Now, let's see what else we can find here.
I wonder if this, like, chessboard will have any significance. Seems to be a tree here at some point. We can't go up this side. You can go up this side. And this side. But not this side. That's interesting. Guess he's slightly too low. Or too high of a thing.
Melville, eyes on 1K's stream. Is this thing what I think it is?
Blow my fuse box. It sure looks that way. Best not touch it until I get there. I think it's a somnodrome. It's a sort of analytics tool for processing mental data that Melampus dreamed up.
But all he ever did was sketch out the theory. As far as I'm aware, he never actually built one.
Looks like the founder gave it a go.
What was it? Analytics tool for processing mental data.
Well, what we know is that our deeper algorithms are hard to pass. Melampus stipulated that the computational power to interpret them in real time would always be beyond us. But in theory, the Somnodrome would interpret that data and loop it directly to our senses.
People were hoping to find answers to the big questions by having a conversation with our own subconscious. If you ask me, it's solipsistic at best, and pseudoscience regardless.
That may be. But if the founder figured it out, then that device could be an extremely important discovery. I agree. The data on that device could prove invaluable. Besides, you may have survived all those data stream overloads, but interface with that thing and you're liable to get bricked.
Sounds like a plan. Melville, I'm shutting this thing down until you can get here. 1K, get on with exploring the rest of the lab.
Fuck it, try it. For all of you on this expedition, I'm sure you have questions about the Somnodrome, but I'm afraid I can't answer them. It was a dream I had a long time ago when I was a different person, and it has long since faded. I did build a prototype of sorts, at least of one part of its systems, but none of it ever functioned the way I wanted it to. Whatever Athena may have done with my invention, the truth is that I'm simply not interested in the affairs of New Jerusalem anymore. I care as little for Byron's utopianism as I do for Herman's religious pessimism. I'm not sure I care about anything at all, really. In fact, I think not caring may be the only answer. At the end of the day, everything is transient, even the self. I've learned to let go. Please do not respond. I value my privacy. Responding. Somnodrome prototype. Melampus believed that the answers we're looking for, the correct way for the individual to exist ethically in society and the world, are within us. Our failure, to him, was not failing to create a better system, but failing to truthfully reflect what already exists within our minds. A failure of connection between the high and the low, the inner and the outer. On most days, that seems wrong to me, but sometimes when I think of where New Jerusalem. I will get through this fucking game and say it right once. On the first try. New Jerusalem is headed. I wonder if the Somnodrome doesn't hold an answer after all. It took some time to build a prototype according to the original blueprints, but there's a lot Melampus didn't account for. Still, I'm almost certain it will apply some of my knowledge, and it's almost certain I could apply some of my own knowledge and make it work. The question is, should I? New Jerusalem, New Jerusalem, New Jerusalem, New Jerusalem, New Jerusalem. Maybe that's... the rock. It's moving. From Tekla. Beloved founder, wherever you've gone, I continue to have faith in lots of numbers. You are our mother, our creator, the chosen of the progenitor. I am certain that this is a test, a trial like the ones you faced in the simulation, and we will learn from your example and keep the faith. Praise your name, Tekla. Noema Project. Result confirms that knowledge is consistent. No iron trial 108. There is in our understanding. We need to start over. Next. I went ahead and ran the next set of trials anyway. I know you said to wait, but the data we got from the last batch was just too amazing. Every step leads to the next, like a progression of musical notes. We're so close.
The singularity sustained itself longer this time.
Did we get the data?
We did. I think we just obsoleted quantum physics.
Maybe. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to be able to replicate these results.
You know, I've been wondering. You told me that in the simulation, one thing that kept you motivated was looking for answers. Do you think that with the work we're doing, we'll ever run out of questions to ask?
I don't think so. Trying to understand the universe means asking the same question over and over. How? How do you make fire? How do earthquakes happen? How does gravity work? How do particles behave? You keep digging deeper, finding another set of mechanisms, another set of hows. Step by step, you demystify reality. But then, if you keep doing it long enough, one day, you run out. You've answered all the hows. You know how the universe works. So, now what?
Now you ask why? Isn't that the next step?
It's not quite that easy. The question of why cannot be answered. Even if it could, it would only be followed by another why. At some point, you have to accept that it all just exists. But there is another set of questions. What's next? You've stripped away the layers of mystery, you've laid bare the machinery. Now you have to start building, to add your own layers of meaning.
Are you okay? You overloaded again. Yes, I saw. It came through on your stream. Strange to hear her voice again. But that was her. The way I remember her. The real Athena. Not this imaginary founder. I'd like to think I knew her well. There was just a handful of us in those days. Small family in the ruins of a dead civilization. It was hard. Harder than anyone else can possibly imagine. We had nothing except what Alexandra Drennan and the Institute had left us. Now that everyone lives in civilization, they don't understand how necessary it was for us to build that civilization. They can fantasize about living in balance, limiting growth, retreating behind our walls. They don't understand what it really means to live in the wilderness. How close we came to not making it. How many people we lost. Yema was just the first. But Athena understood. She believed in humanity. She believed in us. In the inherent value of consciousness. Her dreams were so much bigger. She wanted us to reclaim the Earth, to reach for the stars, to build and grow and learn. The city was already changing before she left, turning inwards, forgetting the future. Once she was gone, other people shaped her memory, turned her into the symbol they needed. I understand all that, as depressing as it may be. What I don't understand is why she didn't tell me. If she came here to do all this, why didn't she bring me along? It was. But maybe I was wrong. And she isn't as lost as I thought she was. If this is all a test, maybe the answer is waiting for us in the megastructure. Speaking of which, let's get back to exploring. Melville should have reconnected the next station by now.
Oh, it's just... They just have to do this in order, I guess. Right, I think we have one puzzle and perhaps one... No, 2 puzzles remaining, and yeah, 1 optional one, so 3 puzzles. Should be able to handle that. We also have to find statues, I suppose. We'll check out whatever's over here. Found an optional puzzle. Natural inhibition. Just this. There's a bit more to it. Okay. Can you invert? We need to do some testing here. No, we need to discharge this first. Lateral inhibition. I'm supposed to break this, right? So it like activates when I lift this. Yeah, like that, right? Now if I lift this, it starts going. There we go. It's easy. It required some thinking, but we got there in the end. Yahoo! There, look at that. A shattered section of a device used by the ancients to communicate over vast distances. At the height of ancient human civilization, most of the human species was part of a single network. Platforming. So 6. Are we looking at this area in general? Yes, we're only missing. We picked up everything besides the gold door and these two puzzles. Oh, what? Rainbow? Easy peasy.
I can't even get my brain to think like that.
This was actually pretty simple due to the previous puzzle that has like a similarity to it. It's a very simple solution in my head. The game had prepared me for itself. Let's stand there for 5 seconds before we start talking.
1K, what's up?
Wonder if, like, why they're taking so long to load and something like this. It seems like an odd thing. Like it shouldn't be that much to load.
I'd never heard of it before, but it sounds fascinating. I mean, imagine exploring a place inside yourself that you didn't even know existed. Might really give you a new perspective. Or it might be really stupid, but it's probably cool. I don't know. It all looks pretty abandoned to me. But maybe it is all a test. I don't get involved with that. I think we should discuss everything openly and then vote, not play games behind each other's backs. I don't know. Sometimes I'd like to believe that everything happens for a reason, that there's some external force that gives us purpose and meaning. But then I think about all the horrible things that happen to people, and I can't accept that those things were meant to happen, that they couldn't have been avoided. So in that sense, I agree. We should find our own meaning. But to be completely honest, I find it hard to just impose meaning on the world. I'm not as driven as someone like Byron. I feel more moved by Miranda's recordings than by my own ideas. I like that. Some of us lead, some of us follow, but we all do it together.
Together. It's just oh, it's the puzzle. What was the station? Remember. Oh, I'm remembering. Remembering so hard right now. We have a red somewhere. Okay. We can kind of easily get this over. I said we can kind of easily get this over. It doesn't work like that in this game. Gotcha. In the first game they flew diagonally. I guess I have to hold it this time around, but then I have need something else. Or it's something we can't do at all. We can just do this, right? Please get in here. Now there's the cube. Which would let us to switch the sides of these, but why would we do that? Yeah, because we probably need a accumulator. Can we get both of them out? Yes, we can, but we need a cube as well then. Let's see. Oh, okay, there's a one inside. Okay, that makes it a lot easier. I think it's switching time. Why switch when you can just not be stupid? Now they're both out. That's something new. Let's cube. Ah, I see. So now we can do this from the inside. Take you. Lock you down there. And we get you. Ta-da! This one was pretty fun. So far, I do enjoy these like puzzle components more than the first game.
Hello, 1K. Sure. I think there's plenty inside each of us to explore, and it might give us a new perspective. Will it really answer all the big questions? I don't know, but it might help.
Did you click on this? No. Consume. From an interview with a protester outside the Institute of Applied Mathematics. Questions. Why did you join the protest? Answer. Artificial intelligence is inherently dangerous to this planet's ecosystem. Defending that ecosystem is our responsibility. In which way is artificial intelligence dangerous? I'm not some paranoid idiot imagining Skynet taking over the world, alright? That's science fiction. But what we're talking about here is an artificial intelligence without any of the attachments we have to the natural world. It is not capable of distinguishing between, say, an ore and a tree. Everything is just resources to it. People like Sarabhai or Drennan talk about the ethics and philosophy, but they all embrace the same extractivist ethos that has brought us here to the brink of disaster. Their intelligent being would try to optimize the world in its image, and in doing so consume it. When something. But so far, they're saying it's all theoretical. The atom bomb was theoretical at first too. Once something is there, someone is going to use it. Why couldn't they imagine that we might care about the world? I don't know, because they were too used to no one else caring. From Hypatia's Journal, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. I almost did it there. Day 200. Construction on our new home is coming along nicely. We finished 2 new buildings last week, and this week we started on our new lodgings. Athena and Cornelius have planned to erect a tower in the middle of the settlement which will serve as our administrative center and main heliport. But right now that's still a long ways off, decades at the least. It's hard to imagine that one day we'll be able to erect structures like that. That there will be enough of us to need that much space. But then I look at the dam and remind myself, our ancestors built that with their short lifespans and soft flesh and bone bodies. Then I think that's really no limit to what we can achieve, given enough time, patience and the capacity to dream.
Strap in, this is a long one. You may have heard the story of the carpenter who died to redeem humanity's sins. It's a powerful story, bittersweet, very human, and I just want to tell you that it's true. He was a real person, and his name was John. John Carpenter. He was born in the year 1948, and he was the coolest filmmaker to ever walk the earth. From Halloween to The Thing to They Live, the totally underrated In the Mouth of Madness, mind you, he just made classic after classic. All of his movies, really fun, really atmospheric, but also really smart. Even when they were goofy, most directors would kill to have made just one of those movies. And what did he get for it? A big, fat truckload of nothing. Well, less than nothing. The studios, the critics, even the fans, they hated him. The Thing, okay, for example, which is about as perfect a movie as you can make, completely torn to shreds. And his career never really recovered. Every movie after that was a struggle, and after a while, he just got tired of it and quit. He only really came back to movies in his 70s. How many works of genius did we never get because of that? Look, I have a point here. People like Carpenter, people like Alex, they're not always appreciated in their own time. If you just do what's popular, you might never create anything important. Of course, we admire people who did the right thing, who didn't conform, but we only ever admire them after the fact. What matters is to support people when it's difficult.
Okay. Where are the maps in this? There, this one. It's so low. Low res. Or not low res, but like it's small. Because I clicked that one. Just now clicked that one. So I guess there's one here. We can go out on the Tower Island. So I guess that's our next order of business. Unless there's something obviously over here. Maybe that's something. Take a look around here before we move on. Huh? Oh, I saw something blue. It wasn't nothing. Can I get out here? I totally can.
What is freedom? Is it merely to be ruled by those who speak one's language or share one's customs? No. That is merely a more convenient servitude. Is it to have no obligations, no loyalties? No. That is not to be free, but to be alone. What of freedom from hunger and thirst? Here we are closer to the truth. For freedom requires life. But one may have all the meat and all the wine in the world and still not be free. The most important freedom of all is the freedom to speak one's mind, to make one's thoughts public without fear, and so participate openly and boldly in democracy. It is the freedom of the dissenter and the gadfly, the rebel and the fool, that is the true measure of whether a city is free.
I don't think there's anything else in these islands. I'm gonna take the... bad route around. But why don't I just walk there? Like a normal human being. There's nothing here. What is freedom? Freedom is to be able to wall jump in video games. I guess it's over there, kind of thing. Why does this one exist? I'm going out here first. Where's my legendary shotgun? Guess we can pick it up on the way back. I think it's just spawned at the shrine, which is next to the start, right? You again?
Halt, creature of clay. You have taken another step towards the flame. Before you continue, ask yourself, have the gifts of Prometheus ever truly benefited your people? Or have they brought nothing but strife?
I don't know what he has given me.
Prometheus has poisoned your mind. Turn away from the flame, or you will be bound, as he was.
What gifts did Prometheus give us? I have no idea.
I've been thinking. There's 3 towers per cardinal direction and 3 entities. You'd think it would be symmetrically arranged. 1 tower per entity, right? But we haven't seen Prometheus at all.
We're built to find patterns. Maybe we're trying to find patterns where there aren't any.
Sometimes it seems the only choices we have are renouncing civilization or mindless expansion. But that's not the only path forward. Embracing deliberate control over nature doesn't have to mean destruction. We are a species of artists and artisans, blessed with the ability to transform the raw material of the cosmos into new and better shapes. Shapes that have meaning. With our technology, we can take this chaotic world, so full of suffering, and turn it into a work of art.
The wheel turns, but without the road, it cannot move.
More profound. Let's check out the intro to the next zone and we'll call it there. It's getting a bit too late.
This area looks flooded as well.
Our ancestors melted a whole lot of ice. After they died, most coastal settlements were claimed by the sea. South of New Jerusalem, there's a whole city under the water. We went there once with Garrus, when I was an apprentice. It was eerie.
That's exactly why the founder created the goal. When you go past the limits, this is what happens. Mother Nature always gets her revenge in the end.
This isn't revenge, Al. It's just failure. People, cities, mountains. As far as the sea is concerned, it's all the same. Their mistake was forgetting that, telling themselves nothing would change. It always does.
I've been wondering, what made our ancestors settle in these god-forsaken places? It can't have been easy with those frail, squishy bodies of theirs. What makes a caveman go, yes, this frozen hellscape is where I want to live out my days? Do you think Byron was right? Is it in our nature to be wanderers?
As a Swede, I wonder that every day. It's when I look out the window and see it's grey skies and kind of cold from the end of September to May. Why did people sell there? They must have arrived during midsummer. Because then it's pretty nice. They must have been like going places to sell just for some reason.
Drab. But you might very well be right. Our ancestors didn't have a lot of choices, and they had to be pragmatic. All right. Yes. So you could be talking about a gravitational singularity. Like the point within a black hole where density becomes infinite and space-time breaks down. But the term has other applications too. There are safe ways of doing most things. Plus, the planet hasn't collapsed into a black hole, so I guess we're okay.
Alright, seems like I mean, it's very formulaic at this point, the areas that we visit and all that, so I guess we'll tackle this thing next time around. It's a pretty cool structure. But yeah, that's it for today. Thanks a lot for watching. Take care.